Are we looking?
No update yet. Oh, is that the warning? Yeah, you're live now.
Okay. You see it on your phone?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that's weird. Apologize for that. If you were tuned in earlier, my computer crashed. I don't know what happened. Computer froze. There was a force update. So apologize for that. So jumping back into it, I don't know where I left off, but let's just quickly do Monday's price action. If I drew the high and low, oh, by the way, if you didn't see that first 10 minutes of the stream, if you saw my video short on time, like Sunday night or Monday morning, this was a great money making opportunity when we had the option range expiration, giving us a range of 416.99 to 439.72. We presented in that first live stream before we got cut off as to why this was a good area to buy, and just quickly showing the moving averages. I think I was on a 15-minute chart. So looking at a 15-minute chart, you can see that price gap down in the morning, pulled back to the 50 EMA. Our side turned positive. We just knew that this was a heavy confluence zone. Using the 50 EMA, using the bottom of the option price range that we expected for Monday. And then if I open this Lux Algo price action concepts indicator that I have, it hit the smack dab middle of this, what they call a fair value gap. We had a change of character, broke this trend line to move higher into the 439.72 range, where we where I closed the trade here, right? So if you went long right here at 416.99 to here near 439.72, we're not going to get absolute bottoms and tops, but easily a $22 gain for the day. That's not bad. $2,200 in 1 hour or less than. Price did continue to move higher. So if you had drawn your Fibonacci levels from Friday, we knew that the 618, I don't know why it's labeled as, I need to adjust that 0.6. The 618 area was near the 439.72, so that was a heavy confluence zone for just taking profits from your longs if you went long that morning. We just look at the pivots just by itself. You can see that R3 was already getting tapped, and that didn't necessarily mean go short when you're up here. That just meant that be aware of shorts, beware of longs, getting out of their positions. And I'm sure many people might have gotten fooled when we saw this. I'm not sure if this is a shooting star candle, but we saw a huge wick and a red candle. But it continued to move higher. And if we put the fibs back on, based on Friday's low and high, we hit the 100% right target over here. Eventually rolled over during the last hour of the day. And going into this week, we did know that this was a Fibonacci extension sell zone based on previous week's price action. I gave a little bit more information about that in another video. Using the Lux Algo indicator, we did have this trend line from Monday's price action, and then literally by the last 15 minutes of the day, price broke through that trend line. You could easily draw these trend lines yourself. I just like having the indicator kind of just draw it for me, so I don't always have to do that. And that's the beauty of some of these indicators. So we have price break below this trend line at Monday's close, And then Tuesday's open, we see it sell off soon after. We obviously saw a downward trend going into the morning of Tuesday. I know it's a mess right now, but let me do this. So we got that. I'm going to turn off the pivots very quickly. Then I'm going to draw the fibs of Monday's price action, high, low. Right, and then we're going to see our potential trading level, our potential tradings levels, support levels for Tuesday's price action. Excuse me. And then when price pulled back to this area, we knew that this was a 618, 79%, 80% Fibonacci zone, which I drew in this green box. And that's where we're going to start looking for reversals and scalps to go long, or options if that's something that you do, or just buy the stock. However you want to play it, we just knew that this was going to be a potential buying area because of the Fibonacci golden zone down here. Additionally, it hit the S1 daily pivot line. If we look at the momentums, RSI was already showing some bullish divergence on the 15-minute chart. And then eventually the RSI crossed, moving positive right at 10 a.m. And then if you drew the, let's see, I believe it was the 30-minute range. If you drew the 50-minute range, excuse me, the 30-minute open high, opening range of high, opening range low of the first 30 minutes, we see the 618 down here. I don't know why it's 1.6. Let me 1.8 on there. Price eventually terminated and reversed of the 618 of the 30-minute range. So if you're a practitioner of Fibonacci, which I am, and if this is something you like seeing, like and subscribe and follow for more. But this is what I do. I look at Fibonacci extensions, retracements for potential reversals, and scalping in the reversal, reverting back to the mean. So just know that we were in the Fibonacci extension sell zone of the opening range in confluence with yesterday's golden zone confluence area, that this was a potential area for a reversal. The overall trend direction for Tesla for the past 2 weeks has been up. So the bias was to just continue to go long at pullbacks. And that's what we did here for a 4-to-1 trade. Went long around here. I took target, which I think at the time was the volume point of control, the POC. And it moved lower. But anyways, this is where I pulled, we pulled target at the retest of the 30-minute range low, which was 432 about, for a 4-to-1 trade. And if you want me to do these midweek updates, because my original plan was just to put out shorts and recap videos for the upcoming week before it happens, and then stream Thursdays and Fridays. If you want me to do a Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday recap moving forward, leave a comment on YouTube or on TikTok, and then I'll be able to do that. If I just get at least one request from anyone, or if anyone wants to see other tickers, I can go ahead and do that for you. And like and subscribe. Okay, going into Wednesday's price action, let me just delete these fibs because those were the guiding lights for whatever day that you were in. I'm just going to remove some other things. We'll just remove the pivots just to kind of clean that up. All right, going into Wednesday's price action, we had an option expiration range of 409.57 to 447.13. See price open up, I believe, at 436.68. And if I turn the moving averages back on, you could see on the 15-minute chart that it retested the 50 EMA and continues to go higher to the upper option expiration range of 447.13. I drew the high and low, not close. If we drew this pivot down here, yeah. So it's all about just drawing your fibs, putting in the screen time, drawing the high and lows of pivot points. So in this case, I put the low of the Fibonacci to the open, and then we got this range here where targets were being taken at the 618 and the 100% line. I know it says 2, but it's really 100% of the distance between the high and low. Excuse me. So if you're already long, if you did a swing trade and you entered on Tuesday and you decided to exit on Wednesday to hit this 450 psychological number, that would have been a good play. And then you saw some sell off as soon as we hit the 450 range. Remove that. Let's turn on the pivots. Look from a pivot perspective. You can see that we hit the R2 area, the R1, R2 zone. Now, with pivots and zones and Fibonacci extension zones, we're not looking for exact, tops and bottoms like I mentioned. We're looking to get out in potential areas where sellers would sell if you were going long. Yeah. And really, as someone who just scalps most of the time, especially when I'm just doing intraday price action, these are areas where I would get out. And if we drew the, let's see, the 30-minute range again, the 30-minute range presented us these extension sell zones, and you could see how the 618 of the opening 30-minute opening range for Wednesday gave us this level of 446.94. Let's just say 447. That was once again another area to take out target. And drilling down to the 5-minute, you can see it hit the 50 EMA, which is the I believe the 50 EMA on the 15-minute as well. But easily you could have gone long at the break of the 30-minute range, or a quick scalp of $6.44. That's $644. Or if you have, conviction to get to the R2, that's $10.32. So about $1,032 with 100 shares. All right. Oh, let's do this as well. Forgot to do this. So I like toggling on and off all my indicators just to see from different perspectives, and finding, using the trading methodology for each perspective, whether it's pivots, fair value gaps, VWAP, ranges, Fibonacci extension sell zones. I look for confluence between my different perspectives to be able to give me potential sell targets and, buy signals. The Lux Algo gave me this trend line. You could draw this yourself easily. I just like it, like seeing it visually. We see this candle break lower, pass through the trend line to indicate, potential reversal or just change in direction. Right. Before we started streaming and, right upon waking up, I look at the charts. I already knew that this was a good area to buy because of this fair value gap right here. And if we're still thinking bullish for the remainder of the week, and Tesla has been moving up, so the bias is bullish. If we draw the high and low of yesterday's price action, we are looking for a move like this, at least 460 by today or tomorrow. We may have a, it seems like we may have a consolidating day, right? Tesla has had plenty of swing moves. It may just consolidate today, but this was definitely a buy in the morning, and and be sure to have proper risk management. But this is something that could happen either today or tomorrow if the bias remains bullish, and we just that has yet to be seen with Thursday's price action. That based on previous days high and low, price did reverse near the 50% retracement line. What does it look on the 15? Oh, yeah, 50 EMA. No, this is definitely would have been a good buy to go long. I'm gonna put a green arrow there for a hypothetical trade. Right, so the bias is to go long here. We see a downtrend. I'm going to use the candle closes to draw the trend line. Using recent price action. And if we continue to remain bullish, and if you opened up a long a scalp long to go here, we're looking for the break of the trend line, a slight pullback to retest the trend line and continue higher to previous days high of 453. You went long here and you aimed for the retrace of that previous day's high. That's $11. But we do see a big order block right here. That doesn't mean it's going to reverse or cut right through it. That just means we did experience a lot of volume here at this level of 450. Let's call it 450.75 for an $8.54 move. So let's see what happens. The idea is to be long right now. What I personally like doing is scaling in, and then if I do have my full position on with a trade, I like scaling out at every $2.50, every $2.50 move. I scale out either 100, 25, 50 shares at a time. Look at the momentum. We have RSI moving up, Stochastic going into overbought territory. That just means that doesn't mean it's going to reverse what's in overbought territory. It may continue. That just signifies that we are currently hitting near extreme levels only on the 5-minute chart. But if we go on the 15, yeah, we have yet to curl. But on the 15-minute chart, once the stochastic crosses this midline, we should see some explosive movement to the upside if it continues to do that. Drilling down to the 5-minute again. Looks like the Lux Algo trendline indicator is showing us a break of this negative trend line, and also from this trend line that I drew just a few minutes ago, that we're now getting this green candle. Let's draw the high and low of the opening range. And I'm thinking the hour range is at play here because we did have you know, some really tight consolidation here during the range. So I'm just going to use the high of the range and the low. So this would be the first hour. And as you can see, just right above us, the 618 100% zone lines up with this volume block right here. So this would be a good target to take this for either closing the entire position or scaling out. I'm just going to label that. Turn on the pivots. So we do see the, let me quickly remove the drawings. Price pulled back to this strong fair value gap right here, strong support. We're looking to take target at this 450.75 range. Turn the drawings back on. Oh, also we see an R1 as well at 451, but I would probably be up before then because, you know, 450 is a strong psychological number. Oh, let me turn on my restream comments. I don't even know if anyone's putting in anything in chat. So if you're watching this right now, and if you want me to, you know, look at a particular, you know, ticker, crypto, anything really, just put it in the chat and I'll take a look at it. And we'll give you a play-by-play idea. So we get a confluence of today's daily pivot line with this fair value gap. We're seeing a break of these downward trend lines, and we're looking for continued movement into this volume block right here, which is at 450, and the Fibonacci extension sell zone of the opening range. Now, if the move, you know, has a lot of volume and strength behind it, we'll retest yesterday's highs and possibly continue higher to R2. Or the Fibonacci extension sell zone of yesterday's high low, which I believe is right here. It's hard to tell. I know we got a lot of zones here, but we need to mark them. 460. So obviously 450 and 460. We have R2 at 457. We have the 1618 extension from today's opening range over at 456. Excuse me for a moment. I'll be right back. All right. Apologize for that. Go down to the 1 minute, even smaller than that. So I like looking at the hour, the 30-minute, 15, and 5 for overall direction on an intraday level scalping perspective, and then drill down to 1 minute for, to refine your entries or exits. So on a 1 minute chart, we see price break back above the 200 EMA, and we're seeing the 50 EMA about to cross the 200 for continued movement up into the Fibonacci extension sell zones. So I would, if I traded this, yeah, I would have bought down here because we do have this fair value gap. Areas to place a stop would be just right below this. So good entry would have been at 442.50 and a stop at 440.32. Just using this fair value gap alone. An easy 2-for-1 trade is just to measure the middle of this fair value gap into your potential stop, and the 1-for-1 target would have already been hit. Look, right there. We're currently at the 1-for-1 of that spacing. Let's turn on volume profile and see what we are looking at. Oof. Yeah. Definitely people who are scalping long are taking target at previous day's point of control, which is at 447.60. And that's why we see this wick right here on the 1 minute chart. And to look for even more confluence, I apologize for, flooding the charts. I'm going to do that. Once again, we get another Fibonacci extension sell zone right there for an ultimate, target of this trade. So if we got long here, let's just say around this level, and got out this point of control or whatever your profit, your take targets are at, but definitely the point of control was something to take out at. That's $5.83. So we are going to see a pullback after tapping this point of control. We may retrace back down to the 50 for a retest. Kind of meander for a little bit. That's what I'm thinking may happen if it goes down here. Let's see what happens. How price reacts to point of control. So with a volume profile mean reversion perspective, so we have several bullish confluences that occurred during the morning open. I mentioned it, but I'm going to add a few more. Fair value gap, daily pivot line, and if you're looking at yesterday's value area low and extended the line, and your sentiment and bias is still bullish on this play, which I am, price fell below yesterday's value area low. And then this point of control from yesterday, which is the level at which the most volume took place on any given day, and in this volume profiles setting is switched to day, that this point of control where the volume occurred, or the most volume occurred at this level, is going to be used as a magnet. So another target, I mean, in addition to these Fibonacci extension sell zones, what we're trying to do is build a thesis as to where the potential areas of support and resistance will be, right? So we see a lot of resistance here, not only based on Fibonacci extension cell zones, but a huge volume block right at the 450 range. And we have value area high at 451.29, 451.30. It's also retested previous highs as well. So however you want to skin the cat, many ways to look at it. These are several different confluences to give you that thesis of this area being a potential take profit area. Without any drawings, as you can see with the combination of indicators that I have, it can easily build a case for itself. You can find fair value gap indicators for free through TradingView. I currently have the indicator suite through Lux Algo. I don't have a link for that. You do have to sign up for their affiliate program to be able to share a link. But I believe they have a sale if you want to sign up for them. Yeah. So the bias right now for Tesla is to go long. We broke this downward trend line, which started from yesterday's price action. We're looking for price to hit 450. You could already be completely out of the trade once we hit the point of control, or maybe take a partial. Anything you want to add? You're muted. You're still muted if you're saying anything. Oh, okay. Well, I can't hear you through Discord. Okay. All right, so we're going to let this price action simmer. Are we close to New York lunchtime? Lunchtime begins at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So at about 8:45 to 9 o'clock, so basically the last 15-minute bar leading up to the 9 o'clock hour, we should see price make a decision whether to go back into current day's value area or move higher. Okay, so that's Tesla. So I brought ourselves back to speed with where we are in the chart and to prepare the analysis for Friday's stream tomorrow. So if you want to tune in tomorrow, we'll be on, my wife and I. Comment, like, subscribe, hit the bell notification so you're notified as to when we begin the stream. And that's Tesla for now. Let's take a look at other things. Look at Bitcoin very quickly. And let me just turn this off. The Lux Algo. And from the moving averages. So obviously we had a Bitcoin pull back. Let me do it. Let me actually show a bigger time frame before we get into it. I might have a ugh. Yeah, didn't get a chance to clean up the charts from last week's stuff. Well, let's talk about what happened, right? Obviously, Bitcoin was due for a pullback. I think it's, yeah, there you go. It was the daily EMAs. That's what it was. So Bitcoin, obviously, this is a potential reversal for the long term. We're in this middle zone where we have all, and by the way, these EMA clouds, these are locked in to the daily time frame. So whatever lower time frames I go into, we still see the EMA clouds pretty much tethered to the daily time frame. And we're not talking about the faster moving EMAs, we're talking about these big clouds right here. So we have a 20 EMA cloud here, we have a 50, an 89 cloud, and a 200. So since last week, we've seen price action on Bitcoin kind of hit its head on this 200 EMA cloud, a pullback, tap it again for a lower high, right? It was a lower high. And it was basically due for a reversal. Now, we're seeing positive price action right now because we did have a sell-off into the 20 EMA cloud yesterday. And then looking at current day's price action, I did DCA into Bitcoin here at the 78,800 level. This was a good DCA area right here, not financial advice. If we look at the pivots and we change to weekly, let's see what that looked like. Yeah. So the weekly pivots presented this buy opportunity near S1 and this confluence of this 20 EMA cloud. And drilling down to the 5-minute time frame, looking at yesterday's price action. If you switch back to daily, just knowing that this area was a buy zone on the weekly pivot lines. Once we switch to daily, you can see the S2 and S3 zone in confluence with this 20 EMA cloud was a good area to buy. And this is exactly where I bought at yesterday when I was at work. If I didn't mention this already, I'm not a full-time trader. I still have a 9-to-5, just a normal person, just creating content on YouTube, sharing my ideas. So if you want to join me on this journey of, turning our portfolios and accounts, to the hundreds of thousands, to the millions, eventually one day, come join me and my wife on this journey as we provide free content and share our ideas until we get there. So I did get in at 78,800 when I saw it yesterday. I scaled into Bitcoin. Prepare for the next bull cycle. Right. So the idea with Bitcoin for me, I don't day trade it. I just DCA. I used to day trade Bitcoin, but currently I just DCA into it for long-term holdings for the 4-year cycles. So using the Bitcoin rainbow chart, as I mentioned earlier, we are in a Bitcoin is dead zone, which is basically the idea time to accumulate for the next halving, which is in 2028. Yeah, here's the TradingView sale. I think Lux Algo might have one as well. Anyways, back to Bitcoin. Apologize for that tangent. We're getting positive price action here. The reception of the bounce of this area was, a lot of reaction. We have a low, a higher low, and even higher low, and we get price action break up to the upside. So if you imagined a downward trend line touching that high, we are currently breaking out of that trend line, which is the reason why we're getting some high volume in this current area. We turn the faster EMAs back on. Let's go to the 5-minute. Yeah, so we had price make higher lows, go above the 50 and 200, bounced off of this as support, and now we're seeing all the EMAs cross. So if you're someone who uses EMA, moving average, crossover trading strategies, this was a buy signal for you right here. If we show the RSI and MACD was already positive. This was just a pullback and what is a bullish trend at the moment. Yeah, we see MicroStrategy moving in kind with Bitcoin. Obviously, we don't have as big of a swing on MicroStrategy than Bitcoin because Bitcoin's retaking the 80K level. MicroStrategy, we're working on taking that 190 level back. If you look at MicroStrategy, if we do the high and low of yesterday's price action, we're hitting a potential sell target at 186.75. Turning on volume profile. We've already hit the point of control from Tuesday's price action. Let's see what happens. Let's change the setting to week. So from a volume profile perspective, looking at MicroStrategy, yesterday we did see price action go underneath value area low, which is this black line at 181.21, meandered between value area low and the 100 EMA cloud right here. Now we're breaking back into value, going back into this big square box right here. So this is the value area. Let's look at Bitcoin's volume profile for the week. Yeah, currently we're at point of control. So if you like using volume profile, using a weekly time frame, I like switching between week and daily on an intraday just to see, the important levels. Bitcoin was outside of the value area. And if you maintained your bullish bias when Bitcoin was kind of hitting its head on this 200 EMA, you would have gone long underneath value area and then aim for the point of control for a nice little swing trade for $1,957. Just looking at it right now visually, because Bitcoin hit this 200 EMA cloud and it was outside of the value area high, we're looking for a retracement back to point of control, which it did happen eventually. I'm not sure what volume profile looked like on Tuesday at 9 p.m. Let's take a look. Start new. Let's see. Yep. So basically, this is a 4-hour candle, by the way. Maybe if we go to 1 hour to kind of zoom in, look at it with a microscope. Start again. Let's start that again. So this is Tuesday's price action, looking at Bitcoin cross the value area high and hit its head at this 200 EMA cloud. And this is basically a potential short on Bitcoin. There. Price went outside of value, hit the 200 EMA. If you knew that the the daily EMA was right here, you were looking for an opportunity to sell short back into point of control. And at the time, the point of control was up here. We later find it down, I believe, over here, 80,300. Let's see how that played out. Yep. Would have been a good sell short on Bitcoin for a scalp. Back into value area low. It's about $3,000. And another sell short back into point of control. Yep. About a $2,000 move. Okay. And then you see price deviate far from the value area low during this current week. Kind of bounce off this 20 EMA cloud. And we're also below value of last week's volume profile. So the idea is to go long here. Obviously, this is in hindsight, but okay, I'm not going to do that because you have too many drawings there. So the idea is to go long here, to do a scalp long. And basically to aim for point of control, which is what just happened. Which is basically what just happened just now. If you bought the first touch of that, or maybe even the second touch, and go back to point of control, about a $1,925 move. And we saw strong movement looking at the 1 hour. So by the way, I am using volume candles. So depending if the candle is wide, that means a lot of volume occurred on the during that 1 hour bar. So this is strong conviction for Bitcoin to go long, at least for the day, that we have this green candle. We're looking for a fair value gap. Maybe it'll pop up. Yeah. So if your bias is now long, I mean, we did hit some negative volume blocks right here. But if your bias is long, after that 1 hour bar back into value area and point of control, if you want to play this momentum going higher, this would be a buy opportunity right there at 80,550 And if you want to put a tight stop right underneath the candle or underneath the fair value gap, education purposes only, not financial advice. I would look at it like this. Yeah, so we're looking for price to bounce higher, just retest highs. Retest the value area high. And if this works out, that is about an $880 scalp. Let's look at Tesla because it looks like it's doing well. We're going to exit replay. We're going to zoom in. Yep. As I predicted. So as mentioned earlier, we saw Tesla break through this trend line with some strength. The idea was to scalp long here because of the fair value gap. And we were looking to sell into the Fibonacci extension sell zones of the opening range, which is 450, in confluence with other Fibonacci extension sell zones. And as I mentioned before I started looking into Bitcoin and MicroStrategy, that we were going to get some type of move during the last 15 minutes of the hour leading into lunch. And this is the move that we were looking for. I'm going to drew some arrows here that when price was here, it was going to pull back. It was just it didn't necessarily pull back. We did have a red candle close, but the idea was to look for an entry into this long if you use this as confirmation and we take out a scalp leading into this volume order block. So I would already be out at 450, to be honest, for that scalp. That would be $7.75. So I would either be completely out right now or scale out leading into the lunch hour, the New York lunch hour starting at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Because during lunch hour, there's usually low volume, all the algos kick in, price manipulation, and consolidation begins during lunch hour. We do see a fair value gap at 448.46. So if you are an aggressive buyer at these levels, you know, a pullback to this fair value gap to move higher would be the play. Basically entering at 448.46 with a limit order and then exit at retest of highs. Let's just say it's 490 or $5. And let's see how that plays out. I personally would not be entering here myself. I would already be out of this trade because I would have gone long here. But let's say if you bought options, excuse me, either weekly or longer term for a swing trade, you know, this would have been a good area to buy, to hold. One thing to consider though, that Friday's expiration price range from Friday's close last week was this 405.38 level to 451.32. We've already hit let's see, what was the high here on Wednesday. 450. I'm looking at the top of my screen. 453. So we saw a high as 453. So according to options expiration, this is the peak, 451.32 for Friday's close. Obviously, we could still see price surge and close higher depending on the volatility and price action, like what happened last week. But based on the option range from Friday, that this was going to be a high, potential high. So in short, I would be wary of going long here personally for continued price action to the upside. But if you're looking to scalp and you're an aggressive scalper, this fair value gap would be an entry to go back into this Fibonacci extension sell zones, excuse me, or the retest of yesterday's highs. So if you have a limit order at 448.25, let's say, and then you get out let me turn the pivots back on. Yeah. So getting it at 448.25, let's just say. And then actually I would get out at volume area high if I went long there to $3.24. RSI is still above the moving average here, so momentum is still bullish. And what we're looking for is a price pullback to this fair value gap and see if it bounces from there to go higher. We are at 8:46, 8:47 now, 13 minutes till the lunch hour. I'm going to turn this indicator back on to give us the sessions highlighted in different colors here. Just moving up today. Cisco. Oh, yeah. They had earnings. That's what it was. Positive. NVIDIA. Can we forget about NVIDIA? To be honest, I haven't been following NVIDIA as much as other people do. Kind of consider myself to be a Tesla specialist. And my tip for you, if you're a viewer, is that I'm sure you already naturally know this, but tickers, cryptos, stocks, they all have their own personality. They all move differently, right? I mean, just looking at Tesla's price action compared to NVIDIA, You can see for the most part, NVIDIA has a tight intraday range, but long trends on a bigger time frame. What I like about Tesla and why it works for me is this volatility. We have these huge swings going back and forth. And for me, that's ideal for my set of indicators in my way of trading, which is mean reversion, support and resistance, reversals on high volatility stocks, because what I'm looking for are retracements. And that's what, using the Fibonacci tool and my set of indicators like the pivots, the volume profile, really come together for my type of analysis, which is the reason why I like using Tesla. But trade what you know is my tip for you. And just know that stock tickers have different personalities, if you will. Okay. So we're seeing Tesla, and I know my channel name is probably, counterintuitive to what I'm actually doing. So my wife and I are thinking about a rebranding of sorts. We're thinking about different channel names. More info on that later. Like and subscribe for more information moving forward. But that we're definitely working on a rebranding. I know we just started this channel with all the live streams and whatnot, but I think the focus is more of just making daily income, scalp trading on anything, but mainly it's more on Tesla. And if you're watching this, unfortunately, this is not a crypto Moonboy channel, as much as it sounds like it is. Many bull cycles ago, I was a crypto Moonboy. Okay, we're getting this volatility we were expecting during the last 15 minutes leading into the lunch hour. Let's see how price reacts to this fair value gap that we have here. Well, you know what? I think we're still set to the week for the volume profile. Let's go back to, day. Yeah. So seeing this fair value gap and also seeing yesterday's point of control, price broke above yesterday's point of control, which was the level with the most volume. So if price did go back over it, it may use it as support to go higher now that we retook this level.
Did you want to mention the stock feature? No.
Oh, yeah. So part of the rebranding that we're thinking about doing is because it's going to be lining up with some very important news and changes, and it's a game changer for all the traders, either if you're already a veteran or you're looking to get into trading. On June 4th, next month, 2026, the pattern day trading rule will be removed. And what does that mean? In the past, people, traders had to have at least $25,000 in an account to day trade stocks on equities. Basically, if you did more than 3 trades in a day, your account would be locked and you wouldn't be able to make any purchases. You would only have to exit. That's if you had under 25,000. that essentially you wouldn't be able to day trade, or you'd be restricted to just only exiting at that point, which sucks. But now, coming next month, that June 4th change, if you have at least, they're saying it, $2,000, you'll be able to trade on margin and not have that limitation of that pattern day trading rule. So it's all fair game. So barriers are being removed for people to get into the market. And this is probably not a secret, but you know, the big institutions and the market is aware that this next generation are not contributing money to the stock market. They're not trading. They don't have expendable, disposable income to trade with, right? And many factors that are at play here: the economy, the inflation, cost of everything. A lot more things are being spent on rather than contributing money to a trading account. So therefore, with this rule that's coming up on June 4th, even if you just have $2,000, you'll be able to trade a margin account. I already created a list of the stocks, or actually that's a separate set of news. Let's just continue with the pattern day trading rule. So yeah, I was thinking about not only creating a new channel with a different brand, but potentially creating a new series where I have a brand new account, or just having the account have a much smaller amount and just kind of track my trades from there. So that's kind of like the idea. If you want to follow us, or actually if you want to see that, like and follow this channel, and then I'll definitely provide information on the next branding of our other channel, which should begin sometime next month. The whole purpose of us just kind of live streaming now is just creating the infrastructure for us to create content. I'm not AI. I'm a dude. I'm a regular guy that has a 9 to 5. We still have day jobs, and the whole idea of what we're doing this is to share ideas, build an audience, create a community, um, and develop a business of sorts. I've been trading for many years, been investing for more than a few decades with my current employer and on the side. I've tried everything: options, futures, options on futures, stocks, forex, crypto, um, s- calendar spreads, option trades. We've done credit spreads. We've done all of it to a certain degree. Trading crude oil. Oh my gosh, during the oil crash, forgot when that happened, 2010 or something like that, 2011. But yeah, we've seen it all. We've done everything. And the most successful the type of product that we were the most successful with was crypto. So, always going to be a proponent for crypto, Bitcoin, and altcoins and everything like that. But because of crypto, I was able to hone in on my TA and figure out what I liked, based on my risk tolerance and time horizon. You could be at a different point, different stage in your life. You could be someone who just graduated from high school, someone who's currently in college, early in their career, little to no money to their name. Or you can be someone who is retiring, or already retired, and looking for some type of income um, to pull from the markets, right? Um, Wherever you are, whoever you are and wherever you are in your stage of life, learning trading, technical analysis is a life skill. Whether you like it or not, everyone's got to have a basic idea of how finance works. Maybe I start a finance channel. I don't know. I used to work at a bank. I used to work at, several institutions, financial institutions with throughout my career. Um, Reading several books, and you could find all this information on basic, financial um, education. But for educational purposes only, if you want to prepare for this change that's coming up on June 4th, where there's a low barrier to entry to be able to begin your trading education and trading career, June 4th would be, well, now would be a good time to start getting all the money ready, right? After all your emergency funds, 3 to 6 months has already been funded. You've either have zero debt or you're currently on a schedule of paying off debt, optimizing and maximizing your income, budgeting, contributing to a retirement fund already that tracks S&P 500, ETF, or mutual funds. Once all of that is in order, and if you have some disposable income, the general rule of thumb is to risk 2% of the account that you're willing to lose. Give this a shot, because in this day and age where inflation is just continuing to pound everybody, to the cost of expenses is not keeping up with income. And if you've been on the sidelines of learning how to trade, there has never been a better time in the history of stock trading to start this business, to start your journey, to become independent, start trading for income, if that's something you want to do, or trade for long-term for your retirement. The idea is that wherever you are with your finances, right, we have to close that gap between surviving and thriving. In this day and age with technology, everything's moving so quickly. There's a lot of distractions out there, a lot of news, financial news, company news, that are meant to distract you. That's kind of part of the game, right? The big players, the whales and sharks, the ones that control the economy. It's not just one, but many people, right? Many vested interests on, whatever they do, are all essentially trying to distract you. Kind of give you misinformation, right? But if you're a believer in TA, which I am, the writing is already on the wall. Whatever you have to see of what price action will do is already on here. We have to assume that price action has already been priced in for any upcoming events. It's more of like a buy the rumor, sell the news type of deal here. You buy the rumor, eventually once news is delivered, you see huge price volatility. For me, I want to minimize as much noise as possible. I know I have a lot of indicators and drawings on here, but that's what works for me. I toggle them on, I toggle them off. I have the combination of indicators that I like that support my style of TA and trading. And what I highly suggest for any viewers out there is to find what works for you. Find a content creator or YouTuber that resonates with you, that has a strategy that you like, or provides it the information that you want to see with TA. Because what I've accumulated through my stock trading education is all these indicators. I've learned all different pieces of information from different people throughout the decades. And this is what works for me. And no one's not going to tell you that. You just have to figure out what works for you. And it's just trial and error, and to minimize as much errors as possible. And you should be only risking, like, once again, financial education, 2% of your account. Trade what you know, right? You don't have to be trading random indicators, random altcoins, stocks that you don't follow, right? I like trading Tesla because it's my bread and butter. I know how it moves. I like its volatility. It complements my trading style. Elon's, whatever Elon does, it's easier to track with news and try to anticipate, the crowd's consensus on things, the price action. So figure out what works for you, what set of indicators, what, guru, content creator, me and my wife, we're just regular people, regular dudes and dudettes, just working our 9 to 5, trading until we finally get to that point where we can fully retire and do this full time. So that's my soapbox. I'm just killing time here right before lunch started. No, but take a look at this, right? The prediction was that we were going to see the fair value gap right here, hold price action right before lunch hour, and see some volatility at 9, right before 9. And this was, I guess, the volatility that we were looking for, right when we hit the point of control. And I think it was the previous weeks, or the week's volume profile. I think we hit the point of control up here. Oh, wow, it just moved. Okay, I think it was up here. So yeah, this is the price action that we were looking for. Go to the day. So we're looking to take out target at volume area high, or value area high, excuse me. And mind your eyes. I'm going to turn the drawings back on. So we already knew that this was a Fibonacci extension sell zone, where if anyone was holding down here, would be taking target over here in this Fibonacci extension sell zone. We have a huge volume block here, huge area for contention. Obviously, we also have previous highs at 453. So at this time, you could be scaling out, closing longs.
And done for the day.
Could be done for the day. Yeah. I mean, this trade, all it takes is one good trade. Yeah. And I think I already mentioned this earlier, but we'll say it again. The idea was to go long here. Could be just somewhere in the zone. Obviously, you're not going to get the full wick. But my idea was to get out at point of control. And I think it was over here at the time. Yeah. $5.27. Right? $5.27. Obviously, 100 shares. $5.27. You could have even like scaled in like 25 shares at a time, and let's just say 50, right? Oh, no, not that. 50 shares. So $263. That's a lot. That's a lot of money for some people, right? Especially if someone who's, working a minimum wage job, let's just say, yeah. Right?
You have to take out the taxes, though.
And remove taxes, of course.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, let's say you're scaling 25 shares at a time, and then you happen to have 125 at that level, 658, 150. So easily an 8-hour day for somebody. In less than 1 hour. So in 45 minutes, you could have made your day's pay. And that's what we like to do ideally in our retirement years, or even just do it full time if we're able to build the account big enough to be able to do that. And what we'd like to do is to create a community of those who want to do the same thing, to escape the 9 to 5, to build their own business, build your own daily income, and to be in a group, in a community, and to help others do the same thing, right? In this day and age, with this economy, everybody needs help.
And to have freedom.
And to have financial freedom. independence, free from a 9 to 5, work remotely, schedule your own hours, be your own boss, spend more time with family and friends, go to the beach. I don't know, everyone always says I go to the beach.
The beach makes me tired.
Yeah. I'd be under an umbrella taking a nap, I'll tell you that. At the beach, listening to the ocean.
No, we'd be doing creative things.
Yeah.
Stuff that we.
My wife's is a professional piano instructor and a professional bodybuilder.
Okay, stop.
Like and subscribe. Yeah, so the idea is, of course, we want to travel the world. We want to do other things. We don't want to be stuck at a 9 to 5 forever. And trading gives us that possibility of achieving those dreams. So we want to build a community. We want to build a brand and channel that will help others in that journey. And we're still in it. We still work 9 to 5s.
Yeah, because you don't want that pressure of trying to make money.
Yeah. So the idea is, if you're first starting out, and like I said, June 4th, they're lowering the barriers for people to trade. Keep your day job. Have a solid, steady Eddie, as they call it. Something, a reliable income source. Have your reliable income source, financial education only, percentage towards your debt, percentage towards your retirement, percentage towards the trading account, and percentage for, activities, recreational activities, whatever you want to do. But just be smart with your money.
You're preaching right now.
I'm just killing time.
I know. So,
But also, this is what, this has been in my mind. And, as we're not on stream, we'd like to create more content, if time permits. We do live stream Thursdays and Fridays. I do my best to try to come out with videos. And it seems like we got some pretty good reception with the TikTok video of creating that short of the Tesla option range. How many views?
yeah, but almost 300. But
Close to 300?
yeah. But with TikTok's algorithm, it gets lost. The video gets lost. No one really researches it. So you have to put out content on TikTok every day in order for TikTok to feed it
Right.
to the algorithm.
So the idea is to try to put out as much content as possible, as if time permits for us.
Just focus on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, we
Yeah.
want to use TikTok as a calling card.
Yeah, of course. But I don't know how the market is.
Right. There's a
in
lot of
terms
people
of-
that stream live for stock trading and stuff like that. And if you ever have any suggestions, if you happen to be coming across this, right? Like I mentioned, comment, leave a comment and, provide any ideas or suggestions, and we'll take that into consideration. If you want me to look at other tickers during live streams, let me know. If you want me to look at, Palantir or something like that, right? Bring that to my attention. If you want me to look at SPY, right? Just straight up SPY, or even the futures. Anything, let me know. We are getting some profit taking here, as we were expecting in this fib extension sell zone and volume block, and also a psychological 450 level. So it is lunch hour right now.
Isn't that order block?
Yeah,
Is
order
that the
block.
same thing?
Well, I mean, yeah, it could be an order block, could be, I guess, volume order block, whatever. Potato,
And-
potato.
Yeah. And can you play essentially the same strategy? Like you wait for the open, you buy at the 618 extension, all the time.
Yeah,
Does that always work?
I was kind of just going through the motions, but thanks for bringing that up. So the whole idea of what I like doing per day is you always have to do your previous day and previous weeks fib work, know where your levels are from a top-down analysis, meaning you begin from a bigger time frame and see where everything is, what the bias is. The bias has been long for Tesla. If you've seen previous live streams, we literally had a live stream here where we were already predicting that price was going to break out higher, and which it did during this week. Um, find the long-term bias on a bigger time frame, drill down to a smaller time frame, depending on your time horizon and risk tolerance. If you're a swing trader, long-term trader, options spread trader, but I go intraday, and then I eventually look at opening range. I look at volume profile. I do the Fibonacci on the opening range to give us potential areas of support resistance. I turn on pivots, right? Which is an easy indicator to have where you don't have to do much. You don't have to do much drawings on here, right? A lot of it is almost like a self-contained system where if price holds and moves above the pivot line, it's considered bullish, and you look for longs, and vice versa. Price opens below pivot line and underneath moving averages, you want to sell short into S1 and S2, where sellers would take target or buyers would go long. So the idea is to look for areas where transactions will occur, right? Bears will get in where bears will get in and bulls will get out. I would have already gotten out at point of control and maybe had a few runners, right? It all depends. You figure out what your exit strategies are. Either all in, all out, scale in, scale out, go all in, and then scale out gradually if your conviction was strong for the continued movement going upward. Or maybe you could have even bought a option going long to hold for at least for a week or two, right? I would, and what I mean by long option is something that's at least 3 months till expiration. You could even bought a leap if you had the funds for it, right? If you didn't want theta to decay your option. We're seeing some good price action during lunch. It's holding this 50 EMA on the 1 minute. I know I mentioned it, but we're looking for, if we break yesterday's highs, we're looking for this type of price action. they call an ABC pattern. Back down to the 5 minute, and I'll leave my chart here. I'm gonna quickly step away from the computer. If there's something you want me to take a look at, feel free to put something in chat. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So it looks like we did get a pullback here into the volume order block, or just order block, and a break of this diagonal trend line that Algo drew for me. I mean, you could obviously draw a trend line yourself or just see it visually. I just like having this visual on here. So we knew that 450 was going to be a potential sell zone. Oop. So it looks like we did get... Sorry about that. Got my phone playing the video. So in addition to the cluster of these Fibonacci extension sell zones based on this swing and which is the opening range, that we knew that this was going to be a take target area. Is it to the tick? High was 451.98. Okay. So pretty much near or at the 100% level of this Fibonacci swing that I drew here. Bam. So this doesn't mean that, this doesn't mean that it's going to completely turn around and go bearish. It could mean that we're seeing profit taking in an area that we knew was going to be an area for bulls to exit and bears to enter. We do have a fair value gap at 447.86, which is also previous day's point of control, in addition to current day's value area high. So looking into the PM session, we could see price has already gone up this way, and then we potentially see a bounce from here. And that's what I can see at the moment. Don't know if we're going to break that, touch previous highs, or extend higher for the session. But if we do see price go back to yesterday's highs, it's essentially creating a inverse head and shoulders. Let's see how. What time is it? 9:33. Stochastics negative, obviously. RSI is already crossed. We do have today's point of control down here at 443.84. Yesterday's point of control at 447.64. So this is, for anyone who is still bullish, a good area to go long. And as I mentioned a little bit earlier, my trade was already down here and I think I exited, yeah, point of control right there, just the initial touch. So that was my scalp for the day. Close to $600. We measure this swing low to swing high. We get 454 for a low hanging target, but definitely a retest to the very least of yesterday's highs at 453. Let me just draw a level on there. I know I have a lot going on, but draw that. And remove the drawings, and let's just see how the indicators play out with this. Oh, let's get the faster EMAs on here. There we go. So price is now above the 50 EMA. Now the question we need to ask ourselves, this current pullback, this fair value gap, is this just going to be a bounce and a small pullback for continued movement to the upside? And if so, what are the targets? Retest of the highs at 451 or a retest of previous high? This is during lunchtime, New York lunchtime, which is manipulation hour, basically. And lunch ends at 9:55, let's just say 10 a.m. US Pacific Standard Time. So this is what Tesla is currently looking like. If you want to take a low a low risk scalp for a retest of not only just the opening range high, value area high, previous point of control, you know, price above the 50 EMA, and we go down to a 1 minute chart, this is near the 200. So we have to see if price will take back this 50 EMA on a 1 minute. Momentum is getting ready to curl back up on the 1 minute chart. We have to see how price reacts to this 50 EMA here. If it wants to break above it or stay below it. If it stays below, we're going to look for continued movement to today's point of control at 443. However, we have plenty of Confluence at 448. Let's just call it 448. In a 15-minute perspective, I don't like this wick. However, the confluence here should be strong. And if you're someone who likes to scalp, like I am, you know, I would take this scalp to go long, but then I would have to wait for a confirmation candle to tell me that this is going to continue to go higher. But right now, if you're aggressive, you start scaling in some shares. Like, for example, if my full position is like, let's say 200 shares of Tesla, I would be scaling in, you know, like maybe 10 to 25 shares. Not financial advice. This is what I would do. Just like 10 to 25 shares for starters. The reason why I like scaling in, scaling out is that it allows me to have enough room to have dynamic stops. That if I had a drawdown using only 10 to 25 shares, it wouldn't be my full loss if price continued to go much lower. But right now, we're looking for a candle confirmation to tell us that this is a strong area and that it will hold. But based on yesterday's point of control, today's opening range high, also value area high, and 50 EMA, this could be a potential bounce to go higher. And once again, this is manipulation hour during lunchtime. When people begin placing their orders during this hour, the algos, I mean, they're always on, but you'd be at the mercy of the algorithms right now. So we're looking for a candle, bullish engulfing that takes over this candle to tell us that it wants to go higher. Right now, momentum is negative. If you're in the chat and you want me to take a look at anything else, feel free to go ahead and put something on there. If you're either on Twitch or YouTube, I'd be able to see a comment or anything. Okay, so that's playing out right now. Let's take a look at Bitcoin very quickly. So we did see Bitcoin kind of touch the top of this fair value gap. So this has this price action has a lot of conviction to continue to go higher. We already broke above this order block. It pulled back and used it as support. We just have to wait and see where the PM session takes us. But the move has already happened on Bitcoin. If we were looking here, oh, this is at 4:50 a.m. This is between London session and New York session. That would have been a good bounce. And just looking at it visually, this was basically a 618 pullback of this swing. Maybe I'll delete all this. Yeah, so not only did we have a fair value gap appear here, and you know, I already knew that this was a 618 just by looking at it right there. That would have been a good buy at 4:50 to 5 a.m. to target the 618 or anywhere near these fibs. If we look at previous day's point of control, if you're one to trade point of control and take that as target instead of the Fibonacci extensions, going along at the 618 to aim for the point of control was $1,609 of a gain. Obviously, we're going higher. If I draw the fibs from, let me go on a 15-minute, and let me remove some of these pivot lines. And very quickly, the price action concepts. We draw the high of yesterday to the low. This 1.25 level is pretty much lined up with the 200 EMA cloud that I have here. So this entire red cloud is a 200 daily EMA cloud, and it's anchored to the daily time frame. So this is a significant level. If we look at previous days, we can see price, although it did break the 200, it did not hold. So we could see something like, you know, price going up to 82,000 if it decides to roll over from there. And let's just, if we turn off the EMAs very quickly, the quick moving EMAs, and I'll just remove these sessions indicators. From a volume profile perspective, if you're a dip buyer, I did buy Bitcoin here yesterday. I DCA'd into my long-term positions down at 78,800. The reason why I did that was because price pulled back to this 20 EMA cloud in this cyan color, light blue color, and it also fell out of value. So this is lower, this is value area low from yesterday. And then when price finds itself outside of it, the idea behind this trade is to buy or sell outside of the value area and to aim for that day's point of control. So let's say if you got in here at let's just say 78,850, and you aim for point of control, that is 2,000, let's say $2,200 or 2.8% of a move. So that's how that swing trade played out. If you want to go back to Tuesday's price action, and I turn on pivots, yeah. Right, even if you got in near value area low, I mean, obviously there was some drawdown. Let's just say you got in here and you aim for previous day's point of control. That's 660. And then if we were here on Tuesday, and then you could see how price went outside of yesterday's value area high. If you were looking for a retracement, you could have done a quick short scalp back into point of control from yesterday. That's another $600. So we are already in a take profit type of zone based on this Fibonacci that I drew right here from today's price action and the R2 level. So we're seeing price hesitate up here. And if you could see with the momentum, the RSI, it's still in the overbought area. It can still continue to go higher, but we're seeing it weaken near the top. So from a weekly VWAP standard deviation perspective, I like to toggle on and off and see different perspectives from different indicators, that we were already in the lower VWAP cloud of the weekly VWAP. So the weekly VWAP, volume weighted average price, is this light blue color or cyan color. We see price retreated down to these levels. So we're looking for a combination of signals from the different methodologies that I use, which is here we have the 20 EMA cloud. We had the volume profile. Price fell out of volume profile, value area low. It's already been in this VWAP cloud. It's 1.618 from the weekly VWAP and 2.618 from the weekly VWAP. I already mentioned that I already DCA'd yesterday into this area, 78,800. The idea was, of course, to go long here. You could have either aimed for the weekly VWAP or the point of control for a scalp or a swing trade. About $2,200. Going back to Tesla. 5-minute time frame. Okay, so here we are. We're retesting value. We're going back into value. And we basically just cut through that fair value gap that was here previously. We got 10 minutes to 10. currently at the 50 EMA. 5-minute chart. So once again, the idea was to go long here at fair value gap outside of yesterday's value area low. And if I looked at a 15-minute, I know, yeah. So on the 15-minute chart, basically this pullback was at the 50 EMA. So that was a strong bounce area for a quick scalp. My scalp was going up back to point of control, which is about $600. We already knew before the lunch hour that we were going to see a potential take profit zone or reversal in this volume, this order block. But it's also the Fibonacci extension zones based on opening range. So these middle areas are very tricky on, you know, taking a scalp. Usually I take scalps at far extremes, either extreme lows or extreme highs. When you're kind of like in this middle zone, which is this value area high, point of control, you know, it could get tricky, right? And that's where you have to have your risk management in place. I personally would not have bought here, but we did see a fair value gap here for a potential buy if you were still bullish on this move. So now we're back into value area, the value area of the day. We're going to have to wait and see if price comes back down to today's point of control at 443. And if I turn on the developing point of control, we're going to see in real time like what the, okay. So point of control is still down here. And these dashed white lines are the developing value area high and value area low. And if you're in chat, if you want me to take a look at something, I'm taking requests. Could be anything, could be crypto, could be stocks, and I'll do my quick analysis on it. My trade for the day already occurred during the first hour to go long and exit at point of control. I know we got a whole bunch of drawings here, but quite simply at this fair value gap and retracement of point of control from yesterday. And you're pretty much done for the day. If that was $5.20, you know, easily $520 with 100 shares. You know, if you had 200 shares, obviously a nice little payday. But 1,040. Not financial advice. Or you could have even used options, right? My recommendation for education purposes only is that so if your account could afford it, use an option that's at least 3 months out to play this scalp. I mentioned earlier in the live stream that in June 4th, we're having a huge change in the market. So the pattern day trading rule is being removed. And that means that individuals who have under $25,000 can now trade margin and not be restricted from day trading as of June 4th. We don't know if the brokers, the big brokers, Fidelity, Schwab, Robinhood, all those other things, we don't know if they're going to implement it the day of. And June 4th is a Thursday. We don't know if they're going to implement it on Friday or even the following Monday. So basically, get all your finances in order. Prepare to open up some accounts, you know, if you want to learn how to do TA and learn how to day trade, obviously you want to have some basic understanding of financial education, have, you know, your budgeting in order, you know, risk only 2% of your account that you're willing to lose, right? That's after you're already have a plan for paying any debt that you have, maximize your income, reduce your expenses, don't play with rent money or mortgage money, any money that you're willing to use to be able to basically turn this trading business into, you know, a job for yourself, right? I still work a 9 to 5. You know, I'm over here just grinding it out to eventually retire sooner than later. Or as of right now, just to supplement my 9 to 5 income. So that's the whole focus and philosophy of this channel. I live stream every Thursdays and Fridays, provide recap videos. And if you saw my TikTok short or YouTube short, which came out like Sunday night, and you could have even seen it on Monday morning, you would have already been put onto this play, and it was pretty much like spot on, not gonna lie. If I put my drawings back on, right here for Monday's price action, if you take a look at one of my short videos here, I already presented the ranges for the week for Monday's expiration, Wednesday's option expiration, and Friday's. I already projected it moving forward. We already knew coming into Monday that this was going to be a good area to buy. We had a fair value gap down here, and I was looking at a 15-minute chart. Okay, here's Monday's price action. Monday opened up down here near the fair value gap of 417. Also hit the EMA, right? I had my drawings here for the range that was provided to us by the options expiration. I do swing trade options every once in a while, but I use the option expiration ranges to determine the price action for that day. So this 416.99 was already, you know, clocked in. It was already expected. And 439.72 was already expected as well. So that was the potential range for Tesla to play in, either in or outside of the box. But basically, this presented a wonderful buy opportunity right here. And then if you took it out the high end of Monday, that was it. That was basically a quick $22 move, or 5.26%, $2,200 in 1 hour. You'd be pretty much good for the week. You could literally just, you know, turn off your charts, turn off your computer, go live, go do something, you know, like do something else. But if you're serious about this, you want to put in your screen time, trade small. My advice, you know, for me, I like trading small and I like trading often, right? So that is basically the play of the week. Earlier in the stream, we basically broke down every day. You know, we broke down this trend line, pull back into this fair value gap, which is also a 618 of yesterday's price action. That was another buy. We also closed it out right there for a 4-to-1 trade. I was super busy with work the past 2 days, so wasn't able to look at the charts much. But I did break it down on a play-by-play for yesterday's price action. And now looking at today's, we did talk about already the price pulling back to this 50 EMA and fair value gap. Yeah. Okay, let's look back to current day's price action. So we're seeing the stochastic momentum index curl up. Looks like we're gaining some support in this current area that we're in. Turning back the volume profile back on. Finding potential support at this 50 EMA and value area high, which is also in confluence with yesterday's point of control. So point of control is basically a magnet for price to pull back and can be used as resistance or support depending on where price is coming from. Since we've already had this bullish action breaking above today's value area high and point of control, pull back, we knew this was going to be a sell zone based on Fibonacci extensions and a volume order block right there, that we were going to get a pullback leading into the lunch hour, which it did. And I'll turn that indicator back on to give me the sessions. We're still currently in lunch. Oh, actually, we're out of lunch. Ended at 10 a.m. just now, Pacific Standard Time. Saw a broke of this trend line, pulled back into value area, and we're going to see where the PM session takes us. Momentum's about to curl back up on this smaller bullish trend. So if you're a continuation trader, bias is still going long. And this could be a minor pullback in a bigger trend moving upward, but we have to see. We have to break some highs. In the chat, are you still looking at daily VWAP? Let's look at daily VWAP. If I remember to turn it back on. I have several different indicators. I'm typically a mean reversion scalp trader looking for pivots and reversals using volume profile, Fibonacci extensions, fair value gaps, and playing with momentum. I also use VWAP as well. And what I currently have as an indicator is a multi-time frame VWAP indicator. Let me change this to daily. And let me turn off this volume profile very quickly. Actually, let me just turn everything else off so we just isolate the volume profile. I meant to say VWAP. Isolate the VWAP. So it's a good live, laugh, hodl. It's good that you're bringing that up because we saw a retrace. It didn't quite touch it, but we did see price retrace back to the daily VWAP. Right? This is one of those plays where we're looking for a VWAP bounce. That's another, a play that you should have in your playbook. It's in my playbook. So we saw price break above the VWAP. We already knew based on Fibonacci extensions of using the opening range that this was a potential take profit zone where we're going to see price pull back. Went back to the VWAP and we're looking at this bounce right now. I'm going to turn off the developing point control and view value area for now. And let me delete some of these arrows. And I'll delete. Yeah, so the prediction was that once we had this little minor sell-off during the lunch hour, that if we do see continued movement to the upside, that we were going to get a pullback to the 50 EMA and value area high of today's price action and yesterday's point of control to be used as Confluence for a quick like ABC pattern. The lowest hanging fruit obviously is just retest of highs, but mainly the retest of yesterday's highs at 453.40. If it does break out, we have these targets up above. I'll be able to remove and isolate it as soon as we get there. But for now, what we're looking for, we saw trend line break and then a pullback. We're looking to see if there's any indication that this wants to continue going higher. And are the technicals and levels are the same for the stock futures? Right now, the stock futures are not even out yet. I have a separate list. It's called the stock futures list. So another big piece of news that's happening, there has never been a greater time to start your trading account and trading education. If you're a viewer now, you're probably seeing that, you probably heard this, but the pattern day trading rules changing, the barrier to entry for trading and starting your trading business, career, journey, what have you, could not have been easier. Additionally, what's happening, this is going to be taking place sometime, I believe summer. I'm not sure if it's going to be in June. Summer 2026, the CME has approved for a new product that they're releasing called single stock futures. So not only are they removing the pattern day trading rule where you don't need 25K, you're going to need even less money to start trading the stock futures. So I have a stock futures list here. All these are all like, a lot of S&P 500 companies. There's going to be a futures contract for each of these stocks. It's like plus 50 stocks. Can you imagine that? We're going to have Tesla futures sometime this summer. So the margin requirements, I believe it's going to be 6-1. So you only basically need to provide 20% of actual margin. Each contract is going to be 100 shares, which is going to be volatile because for every contract, you're essentially controlling 100 shares of Tesla. For me, what I like currently doing with my style of trading, I like scaling in and scaling out, like 25, 50, 100 shares at a time with Tesla. So I have the option to change my sizing. But with the futures contracts coming up, it's 100 shares at a time per contract. But it does require less margin and favorable, favorable tax treatment. So basically, you could write off all losses if you're trading on futures. Seek your tax advisor, and this is for financial education only. But yeah, this is what's happening with the stock futures coming up this summer. So not only do you, if you want to get into this type of business or get into this type of work, next month is perfect because they're removing that day trading rule. And even more so, they're going to be creating futures contracts for all of your favorite S&P 500 tickers, Nvidia, Amazon, Apple, Palantir, AMD, Tesla. Yeah, so imagine trading these stocks as a futures contract. Because if you're trading stocks, like the actual stock equities, you have to be careful of the wash trade rule. And unfortunately, for every gain, you do have to pay taxes on. So even if you are, let's say, if for some reason at the end of the year, it was a net loss, you still have to pay gains on those taxes, which is, my opinion, stupid. But that's how the tax system works. But with these stock futures, you'll be able to write off everything. So it's either net positive, net negative. If you're a net negative for the year, you essentially pay no taxes. Obviously, net positive for the year, you pay taxes on. But these stock futures that we'll be releasing this summer is going to be favorable for everyone to trade. So basically, all these exchanges and the market itself, they're looking for the next generation of traders. They're looking for new retail traders to basically, take their money. That's the truth, right? They want to reduce and remove the barriers of entry for new stock traders so they could, of course, essentially take out all the noobs, right? But if you get prepared, follow the right people online, like and subscribe, I'll be here on this journey. You could come and join me if you'd like. I am going to be working on a rebranding of this channel. We'll have to wait and see what that is, but like and subscribe this channel. Leave a comment if there's any suggestions that you may have for future videos. Let me know if there's a ticker you want me to take a look at. Even crypto, I look at crypto as well. So looking back at Tesla now, we're now back into the value area, and we see a breakdown of the 50 EMA. This may just go back down to the point of control at 443. Try to use, actually, we should be using QQQ as a Confluence indicator. Okay, so SPY and QQQ, we're getting a 50 EMA bounce. We have to see if that's going to hold. As of right now, we're seeing a higher low on the stochastic and a lower low on price. That could be early bullish divergence for price to reverse to the upside. And if this does bounce, we're looking for a point of control back to 721.70 on the QQQs. And if that's going up, there's a good chance that it will drag Tesla along with it. For me as a mean reversion trader, I would not be trading in this area right now. For me, just so I don't add more drawings into the chart, right, my areas of trading would be selling back to point of control, right? And then take target right there, and then buying outside of value or potential support, and then, you know, just taking target at the 50 EMA or previous day's point of control, right? If we already knew that Tesla was going to pull back in this range of a retest of value area high and Fibonacci extension, so if you wanted to scalp short, taking target would have already been right there. Would have been out of that trade. So a scalp trade in that direction, a scalp long, and a scalp short. If you're a momentum trader and a trend trader right now on a smaller time frame, this may present opportunities, but personally I would not be doing it. However, it's different for you. It depends on what your trading methodology is. If you're someone who trades the moving average cross on a 1 minute chart, you can see that when price broke down the 50 EMA, we see the 9 and 13 crossover as well. You could have traded in that direction and then just move your stop along with this 50 EMA. That is if you're a trend following trader. RSI, we may be hitting, well, we're not in oversold territory just yet. Yep, Bitcoin ended up tapping its head at the 200 EMA. Our scalp trade, as mentioned earlier, was basically, I did DCA into this level yesterday with my long-term bags. But if you were a scalper or a swing trader, you know, either going down near these, near this 200 EMA cloud, or excuse me, 20 EMA cloud, and looking for a retrace back to point of control would have been a very good trade. Go down to a 15 or up to a 15. right? So from these lows to point of control, that's 2,300, and you see it happen right here. If you didn't start that trade there, you could have opened it down here, and there's previous day's point of control for 2,000. If you were bullish, that 200 EMA cloud right above here. And we do see some selling off right after the lunch at 82K. EMAs are still up. The New York PM session begins at 10:30 a.m. It's about 14 minutes away. And we're going to see what that gives us. Yeah, this looks like this wants to go back down to 443.85, back to point of control. Excuse me for a moment, I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Testing out the music levels here. It looks like price is currently heading towards point of control. This is why I was skeptical of calling out a long at this range. Momentum is still down. We're definitely going to hit the point of control. Now we do have, I'm going to draw it here. So we do have higher low. Now we have to wait and see if price decides to break that line right there and go lower. If you're just tuning in, feel free to put something in chat if you want me to take a look at something or if you have any questions. But coming into the week, a lot of these levels were already predicted. So feel free to like, follow, subscribe if you want future updates, because I do provide actionable ideas based on option ranges, Fibonacci, opening range, pivot levels, VWAP, fair value gaps. So very quickly, I know we have a lot going on here, but Sunday night, we were already aware of, let me remove this, sorry, there we go. Sunday night, and I have a TikTok video and a YouTube short. You could quickly take a look at it to get a quick recap. But basically, we already knew based on option expirations that 416.99, 439.72. Basically, we already knew the ranges for Monday, Wednesday, and tomorrow's price action. We knew the ranges based on options pricing. So Monday was the best trade of the week. We already had a range of 416.99 to 439.72. During Monday's open, it literally used the 50 EMA, 15 on the 15 minute, a 50 EMA as support, which also was at the lower end of this price range. You get this candle action going on during the opening range. Additionally, if you have a fair value gap indicator, I use Lux Algos. There's a lot of free ones online. This was a huge fair value gap right here, and that's where price reversed. That was a perfect area to have gone long, which I did. And with just 100 shares, you have about $2,200, or you play it however you want to play it. Use some shares, options, for swinging this. But this was a $2,200 move going into this huge red Fibonacci box and many others using pivots. We knew that price was going to reverse at some point. Tuesday's price action, it was a break of Monday's trend line, pulled back to this other fair value gap from Monday's action, and also a 618 retracement from Monday's high and low. Yeah, so if you look back in the stream, I already explained that. But I also have a YouTube short, and the plan is to, on the weekends, to provide a quick YouTube short or maybe even a video upload to prepare for the upcoming week. So I stream Thursdays and Fridays and upload on the weekends. And if you want me to provide, updates throughout the week, let's say like Monday or Tuesday, Wednesday's price action, you let me know. But based on my current schedule with work and other commitments, I'm streaming Thursdays and Fridays and uploading on the weekends. But if I get a request for either Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday midweek, I'll gladly do that. I know there's a lot going on here. I'm going to clear the drawings. Let's go back down to a 5-minute chart. Looks like we're going to head back down to value area low, this pivot point, and back into this fair value gap. Right, point of control is about to be hit. PM session begins at 10:30. So in 5 minutes. So this is all this volatility that occurs between the New York and PM session. And we're going to see how the big players are going to be playing the remainder of this afternoon. It's pulling back. NVIDIA is currently hitting a 50 EMA on a 5-minute chart and pulling back to a fair value gap. So if you're a scalper, easy retest of going along to the point of control for $1.77. Back to Tesla. Let's switch to other cryptos. Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoin, Doge.
Yeah, Doge looks like something that you would love to play.
Yeah.
Mean reversion.
Oh yeah, for sure. Through my experience, for the past several bull cycles, I mean, Doge is a great, volatile, it is an altcoin, but it's a, large cap altcoin that has a lot of volatility. That's perfect for mean reversion plays. And if I just remove some indicators here, just so we could try to get an idea of what that looks like. Yeah, based on yesterday's price action during the Asian session, which is 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, it pulled back to previous day's value area, found support at the pivot line, which is great about this pivot line level that I use all the time. And this isn't traditional pivots. These are Fibonacci pivots. Fibonacci currently set to daily right now because we're looking at a daily perspective. Yeah, Doge, easy move. Back into value area from yesterday. Get in at pivot. Go back to point of control. I'm not sure if point of control was up there, but basically a retest of these levels. That's 2%. Their average market S&P return per year is 10%. So like if you have SPY ETF in your 401k or something like that, or a mutual fund that tracks SPY, the average gain is 10%. You can be a trader. You can do this for a living. You can do this for side income if you can beat the market, right? And that's the dream. That's what everyone wants to do. Imagine being able to get multiple 2% trades per day or every day, and you could compound from there. Of course, using proper risk management, stops, and whatnot. 2.87 in one day. And you can do that with Tesla, any other ticker as well. Be sure you have your proper stops in order. Yeah, look at mini alts. This is going to be a weird one, but I kind of been playing Giga Chad lately. most of these indicators don't work as well with random small cap altcoins. But the EMAs work, right? For the past several months, I've been DCAing into Giga, not financial advice. I've been DCAing, and then just since from the lows, it's gone up 288%. Sure, it's fallen off, but I think it's leveled out for the long term, and getting ready for this next cycle, alt season coming up. We just got to see price break above back over the 200 EMA on the daily time frame. And if we even go back to near highs from current price, not financial advice, from current price to all-time highs, that's 1,942% or 19 times your money. Even if we just go in, like, let's say we draw some fibs. Do I have drawings on here? Let's say you even just go halfway. That's 10x, basically 10x your money. From current price to, let's say, 5 cents. That's 10x your money. So if you're more of a risk taker, you know, with basically the penny stocks of crypto, altcoins such as Giga, Giga ticker, potential 10x. It did really well last bull cycle. I wouldn't be surprised if they do well this bull cycle, because there's a pretty big following on X, Twitter. Anyways, that's a random altcoin play. I follow Pepe as well. What's up, babe?
So you have conservative approach
Mm.
to
Oh yeah,
trading, and you have your daily trading, and then you have your
good point.
your hype boy trading.
Yeah. So
Like you trade all styles.
so I have different, you know, different portfolios for different types of plays, right? And you always want to be opportunistic with whatever opportunities that may come your way. My bread and butter is Bitcoin and Tesla, right? I also have a lot of other random altcoins as well in crypto. And I have, you know, like I said, risk very minimal. Obviously, those are shit coins. But, you know, I have different portfolios for different types of plays. And you just want to be aware of any opportunities that are out there, you know, for education purposes only.
But how do you choose which shitcoin is it? Like, how do you know which one to get in? You just follow.
I mean, you could follow, you know, you go to some place like CoinGecko, CoinMarketCap. You look for anything that's trending and create a watch list for yourself. Create a watch list of things that you like based on volume, based on social sentiment. I know there's like social sentiment indicators on here. I just can't seem to find it right now. And considering that we are in altcoin season right now, going to CoinMarketCap and then checking out the altcoin season indicator. We have the altcoin season index. We're currently in altcoin season, right? So right now the altcoins are performing well, and here are the top 100 coins over the last 90 days. So altcoins other than Bitcoin are doing well. And we're talking about the micro small caps, like the penny stocks of crypto. Yeah, so I have different portfolios with different methodologies of trading, different risk managements, right? But the bread and butter is Tesla and Bitcoin. And I know this channel is called Crypto Crystal Ball right now, but we're currently working on a rebranding. If you have any ideas for any future content, feel free to leave a comment. You know what I haven't done? I haven't looked at the weekly pivots. Let's see. Got down to the lows, hit the R1. Oh, we literally just tapped the R1 like 10 minutes ago. So the R1 pivot for the week, we meandered in and out around it, and we just tapped it right now. So the PM session, I would be sitting on my hands right now. I don't like trading within the value area. Like I said, I'm a mean reversion contrarian trader. So whenever price reverts outside of value, I like trading back into it. So this would have been a good short back into point of control potentially. Excuse me for a moment. I'll be right back. If you don't mind, I'm going to game a little bit while I watch the charts. Put to the side here.
Fighting ground. First practice, training. Consular survivalist, heroic as a terrorist. Smart choice. Journey started young, super hard-headed. Call me crazy, but you was not my psychiatrist. Through a lifetime of strife and struggling. Be the best, that's my covenant. Let's get it! Go time! Let's get it! Try and stop! Perfect KO! Go time! Let's get it! Touch him up! get it. Go, try and stop. Coming at ya. Bring in the heat. Shinru. Perfect KO. Let's get it. Come here. Shoryuken. Go time. Try and stop. Hadouken. Let's get it. Tatsuma. Shoryuken. Go time. Let's get it. Hadouken. Go time. Come here. Shoryuken. Go time! Let's get it! Go time! Tatsuma! Let's get it! Try and stop! Go time!
Looking back at Tesla, you saw price pull back to the point of control, hit the 50 EMA. We're getting negative sell-off. We're probably going to hit the bottom of this value area low, which is also the fair value gap, and 200 EMA coming up. We do have... Oop, turn down my volume. Feedback here. RSI is bearish, momentum is bearish, and we're most likely going to see a break of this low, hit point of control, excuse me, not point of control, the daily pivot line and the 200 EMA with this fair value gap. We have to see how price reacts once it gets to this area, if we're going to see a potential area for reversal. We've already had considerable range throughout the past 2-3 trading days. If you take a look at my YouTube short, I presented plenty of money-making opportunities on this day, coming into this day. $2,000 move on Tesla if you had 100 shares. This level is already anticipated. Scalped this yesterday, or excuse me, Tuesday. Was pretty much busy at work for my 9 to 5 yesterday. But I stream Thursdays and Fridays with a video upload or short upload on the weekends to prepare for the upcoming week if you're interested. So feel free to like and subscribe, comment if you have any questions, I'm taking requests for any tickers you want me to look at, crypto, stocks, whatever. And also taking suggestions for any future content. So we have a negative trend line just printed by Algo. Still in the value area. This is a middle zone that I don't like trading. I only like trading, outside of value area, which is these two black lines. So out of value to short back into point of control, or buy out under value area low to scalp back to point of control, and use Fibonacci extensions and retracements to look for support and resistance. So it's kind of like in a no trade zone for me. Looking at Bitcoin, it's like we touched this 200 EMA. This is a 200 EMA cloud that's currently anchored to the daily time frame. Looking at previous price action, it did touch the 200 EMA and sold off from there. We're getting to it for a fourth time. It did touch this morning at 10 a.m. and kind of sold off, or a pullback. But this is positive price action going into Friday. I did scale into my long-term Bitcoin bags yesterday here, around 9 to 10, at 78,800. There's plenty of money-making opportunities in Bitcoin using value area, volume profile, and pivots. So if you take a look on the, just look at a 15-minute. So price pulled back to this 20 EMA, fell outside of value area with this black line. We also hit, we tapped the S3 for the day on the daily pivots. And then a potential trade to exit was either going back to value area for a scalp of $640. Could have gone back in at value area low down here. Not value area. This was, let's see. This probably wasn't value area at the time. This 20 EMA. And then just look for a point of control as a target for $1,975. That's where we are with Bitcoin and Tesla at the moment. Looks like Nvidia is a big mover right now as well. like we had a 9. I think I made a prediction earlier that, yeah, we're going to get a bounce off of the low value value area low and head back to point of control. I know I mentioned that in the stream that we were looking for a bounce off this value area low and then just basically a return to the point of control, which is this orange line right here for $2.36, $236 with 100 shares. What else is moving?
What are you waiting for?
Cisco just had earnings. Broadcom just had a huge pump this morning. Don't know from what. Check the news. Broadcom is maintained overweight by Wells Fargo. So even just, it looks like the pivots quickly were filled. But if we just remove that and just drew some fibs based on the opening range of the first 15 minutes, you can see using the Fibonacci and extension sell zone area and then just some EMAs.
I don't have time to play.
Yeah, if you looked at a 1 minute time frame, and let me reverse this. Positive price action during the open range, pullback to the 38.2 retracement, and found support near the 50 EMA for a continued move higher. And the profit taking area based on opening range was literally this tap right here at 440 based on the opening range. And that was a gain if you either scaled in or used options. That was $12.49. Heading to that target.
What are you waiting for?
During the lunch hour, obviously it's low volume period. I am using volume candle bars. So the wider the bar, the more volume for that particular bar on a 1 minute time frame. This could have been confirmation for anyone looking to go long. When we kind of found support here during the lunchtime at the using the 200 EMA. And then this 1 minute candle in particular, as you can see, this candle compared to all these skinny candles right here with low volume, we have conviction right here, bigger price range, engulfed all the other candles to the left of it, a wider bar leading into the New York PM range where we get continued movement to the upside. Even if we just measure this candle, potential price targets was at the 200 to 2.5% of that candle. So even if you just got in at this pullback and sold near here, it's $3.25, so $325, 100 shares. This was the first pullback of this upward move, or actually second. It's the first retest of the 50 EMA after making new highs. And you could have just continued to go long and scaled in and got another $200. So quick scalps. I like scalping intraday. When I'm not looking at the charts and I'm working my 9 to 5, I like having swing plays, either using options or stocks, looking at bigger time frames. But since I'm here Thursdays and Fridays streaming, I like to look at intraday level for scalps. I turn the volume profile back on and just quickly remove our drawings. You can see that when price hit the Fibonacci extension sell zone, not only did we know that this was a profit taking area for the longs, but potentially an area for bears to short. It did go out of value area. I'm not sure if this was the value area high at the time. Let's quickly look back. The replay. Let's go here. Okay, so it looks like value area high was down here, and let's see how it played out. It was a good buy at the 50 EMA. And then pause right here. Yeah, so once price hit this target, Fibonacci extension sell zone based on the 15-minute range, that this was an area to take target. And it went outside of this black line, went above it. So that's value area high. A good short entry was just basically looking to sell if you see a reversal to go back to point of control down here. Obviously, this is in hindsight, but that would have been the move. It looks like point of control moved. Did price eventually go down here? And I'm sure it did during lunch. Yeah, so that would have been that trade where you could have gotten about $4.50, 450 bucks. So the idea is to be, you know, in and out of the market, to scalp, to make the whole, I guess, philosophy of this channel. I know the channel's Crypto Crystal Ball. You know, it's an old channel that I made, but I'm likely gravitating towards Tesla stock trading and Bitcoin, but I am taking requests for any other ideas. But this is my bread and butter. Obviously, this is AVGO, but I'm just kind of providing an example of implementing my methodology on different stocks. So the idea is to just scalp 100, few hundred, 400, you know, based on your account size, not a financial advisor. To be able to make if you still have a 9 to 5 like I do, to work your 8-hour, to earn your 8-hour shift and wage in less than 8 hours. I guess retire early, sooner than later. Let me exit out of replay mode. Get something else. Let's check the downside, huh? The worst one, Qualcomm. Yeah, huge gap down right at the open for Qualcomm. For some potential targets to figure out why it found support here, we could use Fibonacci. We get the previous high and low of yesterday's move. And then if we highlight, obviously this would have been an area to DCA. And if you went full on position right away, you would have gotten stopped out, of course. That was a potential buy zone. But because of the range of this move, it looks like it went as far as, yeah, the 150 and 1618. So it bottomed there. Right? I'm not saying buy it right away. The thing is, we still have to wait for the range to play out. So these were just areas to look into trading for this morning. Just potential areas to look for. But obviously buying into the open would have been a losing trade right at the open. That's why we have to wait for the opening range. So literally the first 15 minutes, the first 30 minutes, or first hour. So if we just wait for the range to play out, in this case, let's do the 15 minutes. I like using 15. And it would be literally this candle. Right? pretty rangy all day. Right, it didn't quite hit the extensions of this 15-minute range. Right, traded in a very tight range after the open. But just looking at our EMAs, it was to sell, right? And it's followed the EMAs, and then close to a retest of this 50 EMA cloud, it was a sell. And if we look at momentum, this gave early bullish divergence based on this level right before lunch. Currently at value area low. If you were going to do a long scalp, which is risky because the momentum was down for the day, you know, obviously you get, well, to me, as a Fibonacci trader, you get the swing low, swing high of the lunch hour if you're scalping, right, on intraday level. So the Fibonacci extensions of the swing low to swing high provided a potential buy area for a quick scalp outside of the low value area low. So as a scalper, as an intraday trader, we look for potential areas of support resistance. The swing high, swing low of New York lunchtime provided this Fibonacci extension sell zone, which was also below value area low for a quick scalp to ideally back to point of control, but you'd still be in this trade. Or whatever your profit targets are, if you want to just get out at, you know, get a quick two points.
Lowest hanging fruit. Baby.
Or find the lowest hanging fruit. Let's look at VWAP. Didn't quite get to the 50 EMA or VWAP. So it is just meandering near the value area low. Could potentially go lower. So definitely protect your profits. If you're already about maybe, you know, 50% of your target or one risk in terms of risk reward, if you're trying to get a 2-for-1 or 3-for-1 trade, once you're in profitable one risk, you know, have your own profit taking strategies and stop management. Either put it at break even or just close the trade entirely if you feel like it's not working out the way that you think it would. That's just me. You know, obviously intraday trading on a 5-minute or 1 minute is a totally different beast compared to just buy and hold for swing trading or longer term investments. Okay. Tesla doing. Still in value area. It's really like a no trade zone for me. Falls Bitcoin.
What are you waiting for?
I'd pretty much call it a day for, you know, the live stream. Well, I mean, I'll obviously on till lunchtime or until market close. But if I wasn't streaming and I've made my money for the day doing these swing trades, or excuse me, scalp trades.
I don't have time to play.
Was it? Yeah, right here. I'd be done for the day. I know it's a lot right now, but at the time, point of control, I believe, was over here. Maybe it was right here. I don't remember. But yeah, we use previous day's point of control as a target. If going long down here, that was about $5.25. So that could be your move for the day, right? We don't want to get caught up in this middle area where there could be a lot of conflicting signals. Signals that contradict itself, right? So you have to figure out what your rules are for engagement, your indicators, your combination thereof. I like volume profile. You can see how, with these orange lines, this is point of control. They were used as magnets for price. So once it fell outside of value area for the current day, as well as yesterday's price action, we know that this was a pullback. Just visually looking at it, this was a 38.2 pullback from this yesterday's swing low to swing high. 38.2 pullback, potential area for support on a 15-minute chart. That was a 50 EMA, right? So this was a good bounce play to aim for the point of control. But what looked like ended up happening was that price today peaked at yesterday's value area high. So this is the reason why I like volume profile, because it shows really good areas where volume occurred. And because there was volume here for the value area high, that was areas that traders want to get out. Pretty much I'd be done for the day if I wasn't streaming, and I'd play games, do something else. But currently in a no trade zone. For any crypto, I'm taking requests for either crypto tickers or stock tickers. I'll take a look at anything for you. Like and subscribe if you have any, if you want to follow the channel. I stream once again Thursdays and Fridays with a video upload or video short uploaded through TikTok and YouTube to prepare for the upcoming week. If you take a look at my latest short, I already provided valuable information to prepare for the week for Tesla, and it was a profitable play to go long here based on option range right here. This was already on 100 shares, $2,400 play. And this was information that the market was already giving us before the week even started. And I already knew that coming into the week that, this was going to be the range for Monday. And it looks like Tesla played out the entire range. And then Wednesday's expiration, we opened up or bottomed halfway through. And you could see the EMAs held it as support, or price bounced off the EMAs. And yeah, we have to wait and see. Usually Thursdays, since we've already had so much range and price action, literally the last 3 days, you can see hit these huge swings, which is perfect for like reversion to the mean, volatility, scalp trading. Today's a slow day. It's a tight range. It's an inside day from yesterday's swing high, swing low. We didn't break out, and we're probably just gonna go sideways until Friday. So Friday's gonna be option expiration for the Friday weeklies. I know it's hard to see here, but my original box here was between 405.38 and 451.32 based on Friday's close and option range expiration range that we got from Thinkorswim. And let's see what happens. But most likely what's going to happen for the rest of the day, just go sideways on Tesla. And then the trade that I already did this morning is pretty much the best trade to have taken in the morning after the opening range. So I will be on tomorrow, but I'll also stay on right now until market close.
基準完了迎撃準備完了 基準完了迎撃準備完了 撃準完了。迎撃準完了。迎撃準完了。迎撃準完了。 基準完了迎撃準完了迎撃準完了
Back after that lunch break, pretty much down to the last minute of the closing day. Pretty much an inside day, as I mentioned earlier. Since Monday, we've been having huge swings, so it was only right that at some point we were going to have some type of consolidation, which was basically today's price action. We did call this morning for this long right here to the pullback of this fair value gap, which is also a 38.2 Fibonacci retracement of that same area. If we turn the volume profile back on, we were below yesterday's value area low, and the trade that I recommended, and excuse all the drawings here, but basically the play was to go long at the fair value gap and to take profit at yesterday's point of control, which is at 447.62. And if you had gone in, just say, let's somewhere around here, and then got out point of control, it's about $560 with 100 shares. You slice it up however you want, do 25, 50, 75, 200 shares at a time, and that could be your money for the day. All it takes is one trade. But yeah, it's pretty much an inside day. We didn't break any highs. It looked like we got up to value area high of yesterday. So if we just quickly remove the Lux Algo charts, during lunchtime, we pretty much hit the highs. We made the highs from value area highs of yesterday. So it was used as resistance. We made basically lower highs, right, from yesterday. We weren't able to go above that. And then looking at current day's volume profile, we were out of value. We pulled back to point of control and kind of just meandered between the point of control and 50 EMA during the New York PM session. So if you tuned in earlier this morning, we had the best opportunities during opening range or a little bit right after. And if you're new to the channel, yeah, so excuse me. Over the weekend, we did put out a YouTube short providing our ranges for this week on Tesla. So if you want to check us out, feel free to like and subscribe. But I came out with a YouTube short on Sunday, the expected moves for the week of 5/11. So if you tuned into that, or if you subscribed, you would have gotten that information to go long here at the 416.99 level, which I did. We knew that this was going to be the bottom of the range for Monday's expiration, option expiration. I used the expected moves based on options to determine where I want to scalp and look for potential areas of resistance support to be able to ride the trend or just play the reversals. So if we look at a 15-minute chart very quickly. So Monday, it opened up at the 50 EMA. And then if I turn on the Lux Algo price action concepts indicator, and you could find fair value gap indicators on TradingView. There was a strong one right here to the T, right at the middle of that fair value gap in Confluence with several pieces of evidence. One was the bottom of the option range. 2, this fair value gap. 3, this 50 EMA. And then if I turn on the pivots, it was also the support 1 and support 2, the pivot line. This was a good area for support to go long. We did see eventually at 8 a.m. that day a break of this diagonal trend line, which further, gave us conviction that this was going to go much higher. So it went up to the top of the range, which is R3, or the option expiration range of 439, and that was basically a $2,000 play, $2,200 play with 100 shares. So mind you, whatever your account size is, manage your risk, manage your size. Easily $2,200 day. That could even be your trade for the week. Right, and then Tuesday, I took a trade here. I wasn't streaming. I stream Thursdays and Fridays and do a weekend upload, but I do still work a 9 to 5. I was able to take this trade. It's hard to see, but it was basically a fair value gap. Price pulled back to a 618 of the Monday low and high swing. Played that to tag the point of control. I think was up here at the time. But tag the point of control, and for a quick $220. $2.20. Was pretty much busy at work yesterday to trade the Wednesday. But it's hard to see here, but basically the Wednesday range was this white box, 409 to 447. Right. Pretty much busy yesterday. Wasn't able, I can't even post or stream, but I am able to today with Thursday and Friday stream tomorrow. So feel free to tune in. But yeah, we were taking some, this trade right here was recommended before when it happened, and to get out at an order block. To get out, I think, was that previous point of control from yesterday. Either right here or the volume block. Now, we were looking at a potential long here. I don't like, you know, trading when it's in the value area. So this was a potential play to scalp long if we were going to find continued movement. Obviously, we didn't. And just pulled back lower into value area and kind of just got stuck between value area high and value area low to today's close. All right, and then we close here now at the 200 EMA on the 5-minute and also at the fair value gap. So it's pretty much an inside day. We're going to see what tomorrow brings. We do have a huge range, and pretty much we've already covered that range. We went as high as 453 this week. The expected range based, you know, per the options on Sunday was 451.32 for a high of Friday and 405.38. So that's potential option range that options traders are going to defend. And they made decisions based on this information. So we're going to see how the market takes it and how the market makers want to swing those levels. So that's pretty much it for today. Tune in tomorrow during the market open. We'll try to get in as soon as we can. We had some technical difficulties when I was trying to toy around with the vertical live streams, and apparently my OBS studio kind of just shut down on me. I have to restart. But yeah, we'll see you tomorrow live. Tune in, like and subscribe, comment if there's anything you want to see. Just mention the ticker, crypto or stocks. If you have any suggestions, feel free to leave in the comments, and we'll catch you tomorrow. Have a good day. Bye.